Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned. Hello from the Catalan capital and one of the world's great cities, Barcelona. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Barcelona up against Benfica.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that we get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Good work from Barcelona to win it back. And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona.
Well, it's certainly a back four, but I think we'll see a lot of rotation in midfield. They just need to have a good understanding about when to support the front player and when to drop that little bit deeper. It certainly looks like a 4-5-1 to me.
And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, in this shape, their two holding midfield players will be key today. If they can get on the ball and dictate the play, protect the two centre-backs, it will then allow the attacking players to show their creative
Now, hold
quality.
on, Stuart, they're in here. Oh, body in the way, crucially. Given away by Barcelona. How could he take them on and beat them? But timely defending when it mattered. Undeniably, one of the great finishers of his generation, Robert Lewandowski. Stuart, what do you expect to see from him in this match?
Well, he really is a master of the free kick, and anything around the box today, expect him to pose a real threat.
Very quick thinking there. Di Maria likes to get on the ball, and he has teammates to pass it to. Cook. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Space here for Barcelona. Stopped them in their tracks. Alexander Ball. A very effective challenge put in. Creative look about this. Wasn't a great clearance. Cook. Magnificent defending. Really good build-up, but no end product. This is looking threatening. But they took care of the situation defensively. Lewandowski. He'll be disappointed if he didn't take that one cleanly. Aursnes. A very timely interception. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position. And it's opening up. Pulled away by the keeper. Cook. Di Maria now. Benfica have lost it. That's useful play. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. And slipped through beautifully. Well, technically offside, but not by a lot.
Well, that's so tight, isn't it? But on this occasion, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, moving it nicely. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Could be threatening. And he's tipped it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. He'll have a go here. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Sometimes they come off for you, sometimes they don't, Stuart.
Well, he didn't get the technique right there, and as a result, he mistimes the contact on the ball.
Active corner. Cookchu. Moving the ball more than decently, but can they take the lead? Well, they were very patient, but they no longer have the ball.
Well, Barcelona had most of the ball in the last 15 minutes and created a hatful of chances. But when you're enjoying that amount of possession, you need to make it count.
Good weight on that pass. Must be! And pushed away to safety. And there it is. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Florentino. Otamendi has it. Alexander Ba. Otamendi. Aursnes. Cookchu. Alexander Ba. Aursnes. Really getting stuck in. Koundé. Given it away. Active Kolu. And Benfica with the ball once more. Well, let's get your assessment, Stuart, on Robert Lewandowski. Has he given enough?
Oh, what a great chance this is, Derek.
Strong hand on that one. Lewandowski. Lewandowski. Oh, crucial tackle. Brilliant. Koundé. Dani Olmo with it. They've got it now. What can they do? Oh, very effective play, and they might be onto something. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. And you've got to say, not the best of volleys that time.
Yeah, it was certainly there to hit, but he just couldn't make the right contact. It was well wide in the end.
Cookchu. And teammates around him. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. He's found a pocket of space. And quick thinking defensively. Dani Olmo. This is Robert Lewandowski. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. defensive play to be applauded. Into the final 20 minutes. Barca recovering possession well. Promising sequence. But they dealt with the threat posed. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Good piece of closing down. Dani Olmo. Can he find the right pass? Oh, could be! Oh, tremendous reflex action there from the keeper.
Well, he didn't have long to react, did he? But that's a top-class save, I have to say.
And the post denied him. Can they get in behind them? Lewandowski. And is this the moment for Lewandowski? Fine goalkeeping to push that away. The play then, Barcelona throw coming up. Could cross it in here. It looks promising. Really good build-up, but no end product. They're on the scent of a winner late in this game. Well, this forthcoming corner might just do it. Could be the last chance to hit the front. Must take the lead here. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Lewandowski. Barcelona fighting against this overall situation. What can they pull out of the fire? A glorious chance. And a goal to level us up late on here. Just look at the reaction. Aursnes. Alexander Bach. Can they push ahead in the closing stages? Just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. Promising move. Otamendi getting in the way. But it's one block after another. They cannot be separated.
Now it's for real. The tactics and squad strengths have all been analysed by committed fans and neutral observers. A confrontation that all football lovers will revel in, knowing that we might be about to witness a simply unmissable occasion.
Hello from Villa Park, a football venue since the 19th century and still one of the best today. My name's Guy. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Aston Villa, and they take on Barcelona.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we see a good match.
Leon Bailey. Now Tielemans. Here's today's Aston Villa team.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker, but you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
This is the Barcelona team sheet.
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the three behind the central striker. We may see the wide midfielders cut in and the full-backs push on, while the defence is still protected from the two holding.
Barca with width here. No way through with that. Not far away. It deserved a goal.
It did, and he makes it look so easy, and it's not. It's a great technique. Catches it nice, but he just can't quite find the target.
And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Rafinha. Lewandowski. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski. Untidy in possession there. Ollie Watkins. Tielemans. Luka Dean. A little sloppy on the ball there. Making decent progress here. Dani Olmo. This is an excellent-looking Barcelona transition. Players waiting in the centre. Jacob Ramsey. Decent looking attack this. This for the lead. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Good challenge and a throw in to come. Good job done to keep it there. And possession given away. That's a nice forward-thinking pass. Genuine chance. Oh, great block. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front with this corner. Oh, great catch. Anywhere but there, and it's in. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. Koundé. On to Pedro. Oh, yes. All the practice pays off. Dani Olmo. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Promising looking ball. Well, not long until the interval, and Villa have the edge. Your thoughts on their performance, Sue?
Well, they have controlled patches of that first half. They've created some good opportunities, but only
Hang on, Sue, they're in! And that is a wonderful opportunity wasted.
Well, what a chance to equalise. He's just not clinical enough in front of goal.
Dean. Excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. Under a bit of pressure here. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Now to deliver a good ball in. Luca Dean. Promising ball. Great chance here. And the attack is over. Really good defending. And that brings the... As the second half starts, Barcelona need to find a response. Pedri. Dani Olmo. Rafinha now. Oh, nice vision in that pass. Cut back nicely. Dani Olmo. Can he finish? And that's not a bad save at all. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Jacob Ramsey. Dean. Tielemans. Ezri Konsa. Now Tielemans. Ball back with Barcelona now. Lewandowski. Rafinha. Oh, he's checked that out nicely. In the box it goes. The corner hasn't amounted to much. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far.
Looks like there's an opening.
Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Just getting bogged down a touch in midfield.
Well, Barcelona have had the bulk of possession over these last 15 minutes or so. You can see they're really turning the screw now. They're taking the game to the opposition, and with the amount of chances that they're creating, surely an equaliser's coming.
And here they go again, trying to make something happen. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. And the pass narrowly fails to reach its target. Throw in to come. Lewandowski. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Dean. A chance now for a quick transition. It's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. A body in the way. Watkins. And unable to retain possession. Lucadine. Just needs the composure now. It's in! 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer. And it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. Ramsey. Pushing forward now to make the right choice. Delivered into the box. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. And the danger might not be over yet. Lewandowski. The assistant spotting a touch there. It'll be a throw. Quick into the tackle, and the result is a throw. A little wayward with the pass, and that'll be a throw-in. Lucadine. That got a touch out. Throw-in now. Ramsey. Well, that's how to clear it. Space to attack here for Barca. Koundé. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. In the centre, they've lost it there, and the attack is over. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Well read to gain possession. Leon Bailey. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Fantastic looking ball. That's cut out quickly and easily. From a long way out. Well, he really wound that up, and he was very close to scoring.
So unlucky not to score. I didn't think he'd shoot from there, but nearly got his rewards.
And that will do it, full time, and it's a really disappointing start for Barca.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's PSV facing Barcelona.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Dani Olmo. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. So the initial 11 for the home side.
Well, the two wide players are great in 1v1 situations, and their movement is also very good. But it's the midfield three that will need to control the flow of the game.
Excellent ball over the top. It might still be problematic. And now Perisic, making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. And that'll be PSV's throw-in. Seal. Promising pass. Barca regaining possession. Lewandowski. Promising possession, this. Well, the attack carried an initial threat, but fizzled out. Plenty of support here. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Ivan Perisic. That's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Corner kick forthcoming.
And you can tell what the fans think of that decision.
A wild effort it was, and probably the less said about it, the better. Decent looking pass. And that was a very fine read. Joey Fairman. And De Jong on the ball. And Perisic takes it forward. He has teammates he can play it to. And unable to keep possession. Noah Lang. Opportunity it is. And a goal! Now they have their opener. And now they can celebrate. So underway again here. 1-0 the score. Lewandowski. Perisic! Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. And he keeps going. Dani Olmo. He'll take this on. Oh, he's only gone and found the net! What purity of hit! Caught it absolutely perfectly! Jordi Schouten. Joey Fairman. Gus Thiel. And Mauro Junior with it. Fairman. Oh, fancy footwork. Good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Lewandowski. And teammates around him. And it's played into the centre. An utterly disappointing cross. Goal kick. Takes the shot. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. He's driven in the corner. And he must get rid of the ball. The switch of play now. Koundé. Well, Barcelona showing good width here. Well, you've got to savour such moments. And passing it through. And there is the goal! He's found the net! Joy unconfined! Well, Olivier Boscagli. Jordi Schouten. And Mauro Junior with it. Lang. Schouten. Noah Lang. A creative look about this. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Rafinha. Dani Olmo with it. Could be. And it's in! A goal for Barcelona. They are the team in charge. Jordi Schouten. Veerman. And De Jong on the ball. Could be dangerous. A chance then for the respective managers to address their charges. It is hot. So back underway here into the second half. Thiel. Joey Veerman. Gus Thiel. Unable to keep it, PSV. Koundé. Schouten. It's very pleasing on the eye, this attack, which goes through Perisic. That raised for offside. And Barcelona being afforded too much space. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Being pressed here. Ivan Perisic. And the ball back with Barcelona here. This looks more than decent. Is this the moment? Tenacious tackling. Excellent defending there. Lewandowski's managed to get in behind. A goal! And it seems they're truly cruising to victory here. Olivier Boscagli. Jordi Schouten. Mauro Junior. And De Jong on the ball. Pedri. And Barca have it back. And PSV unable to retain possession. Oh, great attacking play. Strong glove on the ball from the keeper. And it's Barcelona's turn now. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. Well, he was able to make amends. Opportunity in the wide area. Dani Olmo. And there's the delivery. The pressure was high, and they could be in here. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Well, it looked highly promising, but it came to nothing in the end. That's a lovely ball. And there's the clearance, and that'll be a corner. Playing it in. Not a great cross, making the goalkeeper's job rather easy. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. And in a perfect position to cut it out. De Jong. Full credit, wonderful stop. Just 10 minutes remaining here. From a long way out. Well, decent effort, but not troubling the keeper too much. And just over the crossbar. Luc de Jong. Just the challenge that was required. Lewandowski. Delightful pass. Dani Olmo. Oh, fancy footwork. Lewandowski. And they have possession again. A time for calm on the ball. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. Intelligent threaded pass here. And there goes the final whistle. Well, they've got to make up for lost time now.
Match day is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium. Anticipation has reached an all-time high.
Well, conditions really couldn't be any better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you on this fine evening. I'm Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Benfica facing Aston Villa.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Here's the Benfica lineup.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. One central striker with the wingers providing the width. A quite narrow three in midfield and then a back four where the full-backs, they're going to be expected to get up and down those flanks.
Great chance here. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. To the box it goes. Well, not quite fully away here. Otamendi. Aston. Di Maria. And he fails to trouble the keeper.
Yeah, it's a decent strike that, but look at the keeper's position. He read the shot and had it covered.
Here's today's Aston Villa team.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward. But they also have that option to have the two deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
Nicely played through. And the keeper could be in trouble. Oh, it's in. Not part of the script at all. It has to go down as an own goal. Aston. Alexander Barr. Orkun Kökçü. Barr. Kökçü. Pushing forward with options available now. Vangelis Pavlidis. And he's being urged to shoot. Excellent working goal there. Well saved. It's crossed the line. It'll be a throw. Well read to gain possession. Watkins. Good work to recover possession. Midfield possession a key part of the game. Right now, no part of this game. Oh, it was a pretty good effort.
I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Could be something on. Well, it looked good, but the defending was even better. Luka Dean. Real opportunity. And the keeper has it to avert the danger. Di Maria. Frederick Arsnes. Good work to regain possession. Matty Cash. Bailey. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Untidy in possession there. Turlu. Can he finish? No scraps for the attackers to feed off. Hung on to the ball well. Matty Cash. Out of play it goes for a throw-in. Bailey. Matty Cash. Leon Bailey. A move of real promise developing. He'll try his luck. It's in! 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer. And it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. Orkun Kökçü. Florentino. Nicolas Otamendi. Orkun Kökçü. Barr. Watkins. Leon Bailey. Matty Cash. Bailey. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. This could be dangerous. Decent chance. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Lovely, incisive ball. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. McGinn. Watkins. Now Tielemans. And with that... So away we go then for the second half. Ollie Watkins. Oh, good strike! But it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves. Alexander Barr. Kirkju. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. And unable to retain possession. Tielemans. The referee playing advantage. Jacob Ramsey. And the game stops with the award of a free kick. Placed just where he wanted it to go. Frederick Arsness. Kirkju. They're not getting close enough here. Arsness. Kirkju. It's on for the shot! And they've got it back now. Matty Cash. Vangelis Pavlidis. He takes aim. Oh, it's a goal! And it was really nicely finished. Matty Cash. A little more room on the other side now. Tielemans. Could be something happening for them now. Konsa. Ollie Watkins. Goes for goal! And that was hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Didn't. Certainly full of confidence, and to attempt the shot from there, that was close.
Arsness. Plenty of open space here. Now to deliver a good ball in. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Bailey. This is looking good. Now what comes next? Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Good ball on back here. Oh, wonderful stop from the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, but you have to praise his reflexes.
Ramsey. There's a chance for them to go now. Tielemans. Bailey. Oh, could be a chance here. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Jacob Ramsey. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Untidy in possession there. Di Maria puts the ball into the box. And away from danger it goes. Counter-attack coming. Away they go. Struggling to keep the ball there. Fantastic looking ball. Oh, offside. A really tight one.
How close was that? Looked like he was going to be through on goal, but he's just offside. I'm sure he'll keep making those runs, though.
And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. Reduce the deficit. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Ollie Watkins. Matty Cash. Bailey. And this could be. And that's not a bad save at all.
Well, it was a good save from the keeper, and you just feel if that had gone in, there was definitely no way back for them. Now they've just got to keep believing that they can get something from this.
It's all getting a bit scrappy. Hold on to the ball is the coach's shout. Luca Dean. It's a challenge that's brought a whistle and a free kick. And it's been kept out, and pretty well too. Wasn't a bad effort. Di Maria. Possession given away. Ramsey. Well, it briefly appeared to be on target, but too much elevation in the end. Goal kick to come. And that will do it. Full time, and a really...
The magical feeling of match day and the desire to lose yourself in the moment, that's what today is all about. A meeting of two talented sides ready to go at it in front of a capacity crowd, not to mention the eyes of the wider football world. All the action coming up on EA TV.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Benfica, and they face PSV.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Orkun Kürçü. Kakulu. Kirchu. Gets past really nicely. Here's the Benfica lineup.
They are lining up in a 4-3-3 system, and with this it naturally creates triangles all over the pitch, so it means lots of options for players. It does allow them to get forward and support the attacks as well.
Here's how PSV line up.
Well, it looks like they're going to line up the same. They'll have to make sure that when they're playing the ball out from the back, it's with quality, because they'll get pressed high and aggressive, I'm sure. But if they win those 1v1 battles all over the pitch, they'll be fine.
Well read to gain possession. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Decent looking attack, this. Real opportunity. Well, he's kept that out nicely. Over it comes. Only half the job done there. Well, a promising attack, but unable to take advantage. It's no great surprise who we've picked out to have a look at. Oh, bad tackle, and the ref will surely take action. Villarreal. Di Maria. Working hard to win it back there. Using his strength well. Now, this might be promising. In the right position to cut out the pass. Noah Lang. Joey Veerman. Good spell. Looking for that all-important next goal. Taking this on. And still danger here. Well, they've done the hard work, it seemed, but no end product.
Well, you sense it's just a matter of time before they do score here. Certainly piling the pressure on now. Really should be ahead.
Good vision. He's in here. And the keeper saw the danger and stopped it. Good pressure this, high up the pitch. A free kick awarded here. The refs viewed that as a foul. Perisic. And the defender in the right place to stop it. Ball taken away from them. De Jong. Kirchu. A lovely ball. There might be something building now. Danger cleared, but the goalkeeper might want a word after that. Joey Veerman. Now there could be a real chance developing. That was well spotted. The attack is over. It looks the right ball. Tidy in possession there. Noah Lang. Now Perisic. Weighted beautifully. Crucial defending. Or maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front with this corner. And that one's been blocked. And it's opened up! Oh, what a really good save that was. And it's not the best of clearances. And that hasn't come to anything. That's not a bad-looking ball.
The visitors have controlled the play in the past 15 minutes. They're really taking the game to the opposition. They've had countless opportunities and they fully deserve to be ahead. But it's about taking...
And it's on now! And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. Well, a bit of a wild attempt and no trouble for the keeper. Goal kick.
Well, he's just mistimed it, hasn't he? Didn't catch it how he would have wanted. And, well, that's the result.
This is a lovely spell of possession. And in the end, all that possession counts for little. Shouting. Luke de Jong. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Ivan Perisic. And that brings to an end. So away we go then for the second half. Junior. It's sloppy in possession. Bar. On to Di Maria. Veerman. Good work to regain possession. Alexander Bar. Kirkju. He's beaten his marker here. Put into the box. And that has stopped any potential danger. Junior. No allowed. He's drifting into a useful position here. Ref allowing the game to flow. Beautifully weighted ball. Can he finish? Oh, cheeky attempt. He's put it away, but the celebrations will stop there.
Oh, that was so tight. You can see how frustrated he is, but he did finish it off well.
Ivan Perisic. They found a way through. Oh, offside. A really tight one.
How close was that? It looked like he was going to be through on goal, but he's just offside. I'm sure he'll keep making those runs, though.
Good work to recover possession. He hasn't hit the heights we know he's capable of to this point. He can only get better from here on in. And he's being urged to shoot. Very well kept out, alert and ready.
You just wonder how long before they take the lead here. They're certainly piling on the pressure. They just need that clinical finish now.
Well, end-to-end stuff as they're forced to track back. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Danger cleared, but the goalkeeper might want a word after that. A free kick awarded here. The refs viewed that as a foul. Di Maria. In behind, can he finish? And there's the first goal of the match. Deadlock broken. Boscarli. Mauro Junior. Olivier Boscarli. Junior. Hill. Now Perisic. Shouter. Who's Till? Mauro Junior. A chance to get something going here. From a long way out. A A decent try, not far away.
Oh, that's really unlucky. It was close, and if they keep working hard to create chances, I'm sure he'll put the next one away.
A lot of room for them here. Struggling to keep the ball there. Yurdi Schouter. Good vision. And the flag's up. Offside the call. Gets past really nicely. Genuine chance. Crucial defending. Noah Lang. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Put into the middle. Well, it did look good, but so did the goalkeeper in claiming it.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. It's been such a close game, really competitive, and the fans are just desperate to get them over the line now.
Lang. The pass was read, and the ball has changed hands. Thiel. They need to find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. That's not a bad-looking ball. And the keeper's sorted it out with some difficulty. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Neither side doing a good job of holding onto the ball. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. There's a good amount of freedom here. Now to deliver a good ball in. The header is far too easily into the goalkeeper's grasp. Patient build-up, but not quite the end product. And that will do it. Full time.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
A warm welcome to you, and thanks for joining us for another game live on EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Benfica, and they take on Barcelona.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Koundé. This is the Barcelona team sheet.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and they are really good out wide. The relationships with both wingers and fullbacks are great, and the latter constantly providing overlaps to create 2v1 situations. Both have got good delivery, so it's just about getting on the end of things.
And it's on now, and the shot thwarted. Now there could be something on in a moment. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Rafinha. He'll try his luck. Oh, great block. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. And he'll take this on. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. Rafinha. Lewandowski. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Really good pass. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Ball comes in. Couldn't quite get over the top of the ball.
No, he gets himself free, reads the flight of the ball well, but just can't hit the target.
Di Maria. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Rafinha, and he'll have a go here. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Now what can Barca do from the corner? Tremendous! That has been absolutely thundered home. Florentino. Kirchu. Nicolas Otamendi. Orkun Kirchu. Otamendi. Florentino. Kirchu. Barcelona have possession again. Rafinha. Dani Olmo. Vangelis Pavlidis. Barcelona with the ball again. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Barca exploiting the space on the flank. Lewandowski puts the ball into the box. Well, any chance has gone for now. Rafinha. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. A chance now for a quick transition. Takes it on. What a chance! In it goes! Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. Dani Olmo. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Decent chance, this. And they've got it back now. A lot of room for them here. And that's simple for the keeper in the end. The cross delivered far too close to him. What a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Aktürkoğlu. And that's going to be it for the first 45. And the game restarts. Rafinha. Pedri. Onto Rafinha. Pedri. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Aktürkoğlu. And good work from the keeper to get across and deal with the danger. So a corner now, one good ball in, might be all it takes for the lead. The ball taken away from them. Nicely sets it up. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening.
He's hit the woodwork. Well, I think from that distance he should be scoring, or at least test the goalkeeper.
Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. Could prove to be a key turning point, but you do feel they'll have to find another gear if they're going to go on and win this.
Himself in the way, well held. It's scrappy, it lacks flow, someone has to take charge here. Lewandowski. And this could be. Here it is. A goal that gives them the advantage. So it's 2-1. Ball gets rolling again. Bar. Florentino. Alexander Bar. Kökçü. Florentino. Alexander Bar. From Kökçü. Fredrik Arsnes. Kökçü. Di Maria. He's offside here. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. holding on. And it's there! A goal that draws them back on level terms. Rafinha. Forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. Good work from Barca to win back possession. Moving forward under no real pressure. Dani Olmo. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game.
Well, what an atmosphere inside here. The fans are really getting behind them. They want to win this as much as the players. There's so little time left now.
Ball back with Barcelona now. Nicely taken away. It's gone out for a throw. Lewandowski. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. He could give it away here. Barcelona trying to get things moving. And it goes behind for a corner. A goal now could win the game. They decide against putting it in. Thinking this on. Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. Di Maria. Promising move this, a goal now would surely be the winner. This could be it. Still nothing to split the two sides. Maybe that will change with this corner. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep out the headed attempt. And there it is. It's full time.
Match day is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium. Anticipation has reached an all-time high. All the action here on EA TV.
Greetings from Barcelona, one of football's spiritual homes. My name's Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Barcelona facing Aston Villa.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
This is the Barcelona team sheet.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This could be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker. But you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
Here's today's Aston Villa team.
Yeah, it's the same formation, and I'd expect both teams to commit players forward. So the two holding midfielders, they're going to be key from a defensive perspective.
A really disappointing ball in. Very quick to close down. Lewandowski. And the game stops with the award of a free kick. Nicely stopped and held by the keeper. Tielemans. John McGinn. Ollie Watkins. Promising position, this. To take the lead. And he's lost it at the moment when the chance was on. A nice cutback. Now, what can they do from here? A terrific tackle. The chance has gone. Tielemans. Watkins. Decent looking attack, this. Luka Dean. And this could be a goal from the substitute. And the change that was made has made a change. Some good work to win it there. Set up the chance. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Has the space to whip it in here. Great chance here. And there's another one. Valuable breathing space for them now. This is a promising-looking attack from Barcelona. Oh, what a tackle to break up the play. Bailey. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Lewandowski, and able to come away with the ball. Matty Cash. Bailey. And there's the whistle. It's a penalty. It 3-0, and the chance has been spurned. The penalty saved. They ought to go short with the corner. Tielemans having a try. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. And the referee sees that as a foul. Free kick to come. Tielemans. Nicely played. Well, it looked good, but the defending was even better. Beaten easily here. And behind it goes for a corner kick.
Well, they've not seen much from their team lately in an attacking sense, but if this goes in, it could turn the game around. They are really getting behind them now.
Pressure on, it'll be another corner. Bailey. A lot of room for them here. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Matty Cash. And that'll do it. The end of the first 45 minutes here. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. Now Lewandowski. This could be threatening. And the goalkeeper does what he's there to do. It's on for the shot! Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the best option. Close, though.
Well, he surprised everyone, including me. It's a decent effort, you've got to say.
Leon Bailey. Barca recovering possession well. Rafinha. This is an excellent-looking Barcelona transition. It's in, and this game isn't lost or won just yet. Well, Barcelona just one behind now, and you sense the momentum may be with them. They have the lead, and they're happy just to play keep ball. McGinn. Jacob Ramsey. Oh, could be a chance here. Oh, good strike! But well watched by the goalkeeper and not one for the highlights. And unable to retain possession. Leon Bailey. On to Tielemans. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Chance to get in behind with that. And the game stops with the award of a free kick. Jacob Ramsey. Luka Dean. Has the space to whip it in here. Oh, and he's left his man behind. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. That's the results in a throw-in, a little unlucky. Now, this might be promising. cross in from a long way out, and that is one heck of a hit. It's flown past the keeper.
Tyrone Mings. Ponta. Onto Tielemans. John McGinn. Bailey. Matty Cash. McGinn.
Not so much given away as cleverly won. Goes on past the defender. Very, very close, but hit too hard to get the bend that was needed to score. The assistant spotted a touch there, throw in.
Matty Cash.
Nice pass and on their march. Could get it over now. The ball is lost and the chance has gone too. Promising move this, a goal now would surely be the winner. Oh, good save to keep it all square.
Well, at this stage of the game, that's a vital stop. It's fantastic work from the keeper.
John McGinn. Onto Tielemans. Bailey. John McGinn. Bailey.
Oh, great work. What's next? Well, it did look threatening, but the keeper will be happy to claim that.
Well, the clock's still ticking and you can sense the atmosphere in here. The fans just urging them forward in the hope of a winner.
Pedri. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? That line of attack is stopped. And there goes the final whistle.
Mental fortitude and technical excellence. Both qualities will be pivotal as this important occasion unfolds. We cannot wait to find out who will prevail. Excitement in the air. Hello, wherever you happen to be. Welcome to Catalonia. Welcome to Barcelona. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Barcelona against PSV.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Nicely timed tackle. And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
Oh, hang on, Stuart, it's a chance. Back for a save.
Well,
Barcelona have started the game well here and look a real threat every time they go forward. Yes, the keeper made a very good save, but he may need to make a lot more before the end of the game.
Yes, they just have to make sure they stay defensively compact here. Rafinha. Barcelona have been awarded the throw-in. They're going for power from there, but not worrying the goalkeeper in the slightest. An example of how to press. Well, we have to extol the virtues of Rafinha. He's very entertaining, but he delivers as well. What might we see from him in this game?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat a defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
And space available inside. Fantastic work to thwart the danger. And playing it through. Lang. Perisic! In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. Pedri. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position. Lewandowski. The fans want to see a shot. Really getting stuck in. A really good pass. Delivered into the box. Well, he was being pressed, but did his job. Well, making considerable progress with the ball. But nothing comes of it. Luc de Jong. Excellent vision. And denied by the keeper. Impressive. Corner kick played in. And dealt with it nicely. Out behind for another corner. It wasn't the best of headers. Desma. Jordi Schouten. And De Jong on the ball. And Barcelona have possession again. It's a fine piece of attacking play from Lewandowski. And he has teammates to give it to. Well, how about that for a piece of tackling to break things up? And options in the centre. Well, you've got to say, comfortably off target, Stuart.
Yeah, that's a waste of good possession. His teammates are not happy with him, and they're letting him know.
Luc de Jong. And in with a real chance. Nicely blocked. And just like that, the break is stopped. Really top quality defending. Lewandowski. Oh, and couldn't convert. Ivan Perisic. De Jong. Oh, chance perhaps. And the keeper getting across to stop it. And they got into that crossing position, but dealt with defensively. Lewandowski. Jordi Schouten. Luc de Jong. He's got space. But timely defending when it mattered. Lewandowski. This could be the equaliser. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Teal. A very good tackle. Really good build-up, but no end product. And the managers will now deliver their half-time team talks. So underway again. Barcelona trailing going into the second half. Can they come up with the right response? Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. And support available. But the danger averted for now. And having a goal! Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't soon forget. Absolutely right out of the top drawer. Ledesma. Scouten. And Mauro Junior with it. Joey Fairman. Teal. Difficult to stop him. Promising pass. Rafinha. Oh, in with a chance. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Throw in here for Barcelona. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Well, the fans want to see a shot. Can he find the right pass? And the ball is loose. Well, no way through in the end.
Well, that was a big chance for Barcelona to take the lead, but they've been thwarted by a brilliant save from the keeper. Magnificent stop.
Yes, they just have to make sure they stay defensively compact here. Oh, tremendous block. An opportunity to forge ahead from this corner situation. And pushed away to safety. Could be a chance to break here. Well, disappointing end to the move. Fairman. Dani Olmo. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Joey Fairman. Noah Lang. Fairman. A real struggle to contain him. Well, in there to tidy up. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Well, a disappointing end to that break. What a brilliant pass. Now, will they do it from here? And up for grabs off the keeper. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. And the defenders know they need to get tighter. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Luc de Jong. Lewandowski. Lewandowski, and it's in! A goal for Barcelona! They are the seem in charge. Joey Fairman. Theo. Luc de Jong. Good ball to switch the play. Balde. High quality defending. Lang. Can they take advantage? And defensive play to be applauded. Danny Olmo, able to skip past his man. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. He read the situation defensively and did his job. PSV have given it away. De Jong. He fancies it. And a corner kick, the referee's verdict. Half-hearted clearance. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. An effective challenge. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. That's a high-quality pass. And that is full time. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week. Hello, good evening on what is a wonderful night for football. Perfect playing conditions here at the Metropolitano in Madrid. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Atletico Madrid, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, hitting the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
Ruiz de Galarreta. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
And this is how Atletico will line up. Jan Oblak stands between the posts. Clément Lenglet plays with Jose Maria Jimenez in the centre of defence. Koke starts alongside Rodrigo de Paul in central midfield. And up front, Antoine Griezmann starts alongside Julian Alvarez. Now, who can he play it to? To take the lead. Oh, not to be! Stopping a certain goal. And a look at the lineup for Athletic Bilbao. Unai Simon plays in goal. De Marcos plays with Yuri Berchiche in the fullback positions. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Atletico showing good width. Great defending. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Well, goal kick, just as it was looking promising. Ruiz de Galarreta. He could really get at the opposition. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Ball lost by Atletico. Well, he's certainly not alone. Able to close down the shot. Well, a good place to win it back, and let's see what it leads to. His fans won't tire of seeing that again. Oblak with a save. And a throw in for Athletic. Perfect tackle. Plenty to like about this Atletico move. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. And possibilities here. And a chance for them to nudge in front. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Williams! Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. Not giving him a moment's peace. And Athletic with the ball again. Oh, this is looking promising. Williams! In it goes! Well, the pressure has been mounting, and now they have the lead. Koke's lost the ball. Nico Williams. And teammates around him. Berchiche. Athletic sloppy in possession here. Fine ball from Antoine Griezmann. And snuffing out the danger. Could be troublesome. Terrific defending to stop them progressing. Oh, surely! Well, quite simply not precise enough from that position. Koke gives it away. Oh, he looks threatening. Genuine chance. And a goal! Calls for celebrations again. 2 in front. Well, that one has promise. Not the best challenge, free kick. Belchiche. And offside just as he was ready to pounce. Griezmann. Koke with it. Very effective pass. Could pull one back here. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Whipped in by Griezmann. Well, when they go in, it looks spectacular. When they don't go in, you know the rest.
Yeah, it's a difficult bit of skill. And on this occasion, he got it all wrong.
Now, who can he play it to? Well, it came to nothing in the end. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have 1 additional minute. And so it is. Underway again here, and Atletico know they've got to perform an awful lot better this half than they did in the first 45. Will he finish? Oh, good work by the keeper. Well, they fancy a short one. Griezmann. It's a fierce effort! And that's a very good parry. Showing good defensive judgment. Threaded through by Koke. Griezmann. Opportunity for them to get back into the game. There it is! A goal to reduce the arrears and give them hope that they can turn this round. Atletico recovering possession well. Williams. DeMarcos. Body on the line. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. DeMarcos. Nice looking pass. Oh, he's given us away. Griezmann. Nico Williams. Belchiche. Interception to snuff out the danger. Let's fly here. That's a very fine piece of tackling. And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity. Griezmann gets himself into the attacking third with the ball at his feet. Failure to keep the ball by Athletic. Really good build-up, but no end product. Teammates available. It's looking promising. He got a good foul on it. Rodrigo de Paul. This might be ideal for the counter. It's very effective use of advance. Can he get one back? Oh, no, is the answer. It was a gilt-edged opportunity. He couldn't avail himself of it.
You have to say that's a big chance missed. He had to score there. That makes it difficult now.
A very good tackle. Griezmann. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Rodrigo de Paul. It's opening up for them. Chance to make a game of it here. It's still alive. Surely. Decent shot, but the post getting in the way. Goal kick it is. Oh, nice ball over the top. Griezmann. A lot of momentum to this Atletico attack. Well, not making life difficult for the keeper at all. A wide attempt. Sunset. And he read it superbly. Well, they know they need to stop him. Given away by Atletico. Sunset. DeMarcos with it. Sunset. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Trying to open up the defence. Will he finish? And he thwarted the attack with a masterful tackle. Might work out, but no, just offside.
Well, it was close, and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Griezmann. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Trying to really get at the opposition here. Sunset. His fans won't tire of seeing that again. Oblak with the save. Delivering it. Well, they couldn't take advantage of the chance. Electing to cross into the centre. And there goes the final whistle. It ends in defeat for a... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And welcome to a stadium that used to be known as El Madrigal, these days the Estadio de la Ceramica, a nod to the ceramics industry locally. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. An action coming up from the Spanish top division, La Liga. It's Villarreal, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
And this is how the hosts will begin the game today.
Well, it's not fashionable, but 4-4-2 can still be a good system, both with and without the ball. Key to success today will be the wide players. They need to be the main creators.
And a look at the lineup for Athletic Bilbao. Unai Simon plays in goal. Oh, and that challenge carried with it quite the element of risk. Now, what's the referee going to do next? Superb block. Santi Comesaña. And a textbook interception. And Barry. Well, that took confidence. Will he find the net? Sunset. And passing it through. A mischievous effort. Took a ring. Thwarted by the post.
Well, they've started the game really brightly, and that was so close to taking the lead.
Yes, so near indeed, but now they've got to concentrate on keeping their defensive shape. That's the challenge that was required. They look as though they want to make this move count. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Kiko Femenia. Santi Comesaña. Baena. Now with Perez. Oh, nice ball. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. De Marcos. And Villarreal come away with it. Intense pressure. And great work to confuse the defender. Well, everyone makes mistakes. It's about how you bounce back from them. Yuri Bertice. Really good build-up, but no end product. And a foul in the opinion of the referee. Now, what can they do from this free kick situation? Opportunity. Strong hand on that one. Corner kick awarded. And let's see if this will help them add to their lead. Oh, he's missed, but by a minuscule margin.
Well, he couldn't have made better contact than that. His technique is brilliant. He's so unlucky there.
And Villarreal have it back now. Good movement. Good defending. He's going to have a go here. Oh my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, absolutely sensational, unstoppable. Costa with it. Alex Baena. And successfully cut out. Clear to see who got the last touch, so a throw in it'll be. Ruiz de Galarreta. Not to be in terms of the cross there. Goal kick coming up. Well, we're almost at the halfway stage and they're not making home advantage work for them one little bit here. Stuart, your assessment?
Well, they've struggled in this first half. They've been outfought, outplayed and outrun. They need to improve all aspects of their play in the second half if they're to get back in this one.
Oh, good skill, and he's managed to beat his man. From a long way out. Couldn't put it away, and they're still trailing by a couple of goals.
Well, you certainly can't fault their effort, but they just can't get back into this game, can they?
Wasn't a great piece of passing. Santi Comesaña. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Nico Williams. Gachiche. Very quick thinking there. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Sunset. Terrific block there. Well, it looked so threatening, but the danger averted. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Sunset. Oh, nice ball over the top to chase. And deflected beyond the byline, so a corner here. Oh, that's a fine pass. A high degree of difficulty with that sort of attempt.
Well, he's just mistimed it, hasn't he? Didn't catch it how he would have wanted, and well, that's the result.
Jose Perez. Nice looking move this. And effectively parried away by the keeper. Sunset. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Now, who can he play it to? Oh, big opportunity! Pounded away by the keeper. It should be! Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Promising position, this. They were playing fluent football, but then the foul, and now you would anticipate a yellow card. And disappointingly, straight into the wall. A concession of a corner here.
Well, this has to be their way back into the game. The crowd are certainly playing their part.
This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Will it be sufficiently imaginative? Genuine chance. Still possibilities. And a goal! Well, it looks easy when you can put them away like that. Really committed himself to the tackle. And a throw-in now. Not much defensive cover there on the flank. Alex Baena went in strongly to win the ball. Sunset. Can they convert? Well, just a whisker wide of the post. Not a bad effort at all.
Well, those stats back up what we've been watching. It's been a really one-sided game, and it's far too easy for them to open up this defence. This could turn into a rout.
Can he take the chance? A good hit, close shave. He takes aim. Well, just the tackle that was needed. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. Well, they need to get bodies back. Oh, yes! He's going to be proud of that moment. What purity of strike. Caught it absolutely perfectly. Jose Perez. Well, it was a promising avenue of attack, but the momentum has been halted. You wouldn't be surprised to see the card handed out. A glorious chance. And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance. Santi Comesaña. Perez. This looks more than decent. There it is! A fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Sunset. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. De Marcos. Sunset. Ruiz de Galarreta. De Marcos with it. Williams. Well, quite simply a wild, wayward effort, and the less said about it, the better. Well, he's given it away. Can he do it? Oh, not to be! Stopping a certain goal. Well, not giving him any breathing room. Sunset. Must be! A goal! We're really being spoiled. This is attacking football at its finest. Santi Comesaña. Yeremy. And snuffed out the danger immediately. And quick thinking defensively. Five minutes left. Yeremy. On to Perez. And defensive play to be applauded. Perez. Well, he failed to get it away properly. And there it is, a goal, but will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best. And he keeps going. Williams. He must finish. Well, how close was that? Inches away. And there goes the final whistle. It's gone.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
Hello and welcome to the Basque Country. We're in Bilbao at the Estadio San Mamés. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with England legend Sue Smith. And brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. And away from danger it goes. Griezmann. Lovely weighted pass. Still a chance off the keeper. Galán. Rodrigo de Paul. And the cross is blocked. Here's the Athletic Bilbao team sheet.
Well, it looks like a 4-2-3-1 when they're in possession. May go to a 4-5-1 when defending. You'd think the double pivot in midfield, they're key to protect the back line, but they also need to get forward.
Oh, they could score here, Sue. And it's an early lead. A terrific start. Well, Atletico Madrid find themselves behind and they've got work to do. Chance to deliver into the box. Great chance here. And the keeper could be in trouble. Oh, just over. So unlucky.
Well, it's an audacious attempt. Opts to lift it over the keeper, but just gets a little too much on it.
Promising position, this. An equaliser. What a terrific to-and-fro start to the match. Brilliant. More of that, please. Gallaretta. This is a promising looking attack. Ruiz de Gallaretta. Making decent progress here. To take the lead. It just needed the finishing touch. A nice move ends there. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann now. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Antoine Griezmann. On to Koke. Can he finish? And that is magnificent defending. Alvarez. Griezmann. Well, that's how to deal with it. Nicely gathered. Good work to recover possession. Options available in the middle. Trying to carve out the angle. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. On now. Must be. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Marcos Llorente. A lot of room out wide for Atletico. It's a lovely looking ball in. And over the touchline it goes. It'll be a throw-in now. Williams. Sanchez. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. This could be dangerous. Alvarez. A body in the way. And that's a corner for Atletico. And a chance to get themselves in front. And it's a short one. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. It's all getting a bit scrappy in the middle right now. Williams. He's beaten his marker here. Lovely, incisive ball. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Just a little out with the pass. It's gone out for a throw. Galan. Julian Alvarez. On to De Paul. That one's gone out. Throw in to come. Griezmann. Struggling to keep the ball there. Williams. Players waiting in the centre. He read that well, stopping any danger. And there's the whistle, and that will do it. And we're off for the second half. Williams. Sanchez. Meshiche. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Gets past really nicely. He's come back at him to win the ball now. Advantage played, no free kick. He's going to pull it back for the free kick now. Good officiating. And the flag's up, offside.
Well, he just gets caught ball watching. Needs to be more alive. You've got to work harder to stay onside.
They need to be better on the ball than that. A chance to get something going here. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Jose Jimenez. Llorente now. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Yeah, I think he's had a really good first half. He's been brave on the ball, always looking to go forward and hurt the opposition. There's not much to separate these two sides, though.
Julian Alvarez. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Williams. A really good interception to take the ball. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Antoine Griezmann. Alvarez. And he'll have a go here. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop.
As you can see from the stats, they're playing the ball around really well. The movement and the interchanging in positions have been good. But now it's about adding that quality in the final third on a consistent basis.
Jimenez. Rodrigo De Paul. Alvarez. Good passing, not looking to force it just yet. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Chance to get in behind with that. Down nicely and in. Oh, clean through on goal, and he's missed it.
Sometimes in these one-on-one scenarios, you just have too much time to think about it. Should do better for me, though.
And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Real opportunity. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Marcos Llorente. On to De Paul. Griezmann. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Marcos Llorente. He's beaten his marker here, but that's where it ends with the ball won this time. Looking to put the cross in. Taking no chances, put behind for a corner. They decide against putting it into the box. Griezmann having a try. A terrific effort. And the woodwork has been shaken.
This is so unlucky. It's such a long way from goal. He took the opportunity and nearly got his reward. So close.
Williams.
Well, what an atmosphere inside here. The fans are really getting behind them. They want to win this as much as the players. But there's so little time left now.
This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Jose Jimenez. Griezmann now. Alvarez. De Paul. Oh, a great chance. And that should do it. A late goal. And more than likely a winning goal. Switched on and ready to intercept that. And the goalkeeper has made it his. Sanchez. Now there might be a chance to level things. And that's been cleared away. Sanchez. And this could be. And it's on now. A body in the way. And it's all over, with the Atletico fans able to celebrate the win and the 3 points.
Well, they were really...
building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello, wherever you're watching from the Spanish Basque region. This is the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And the focus is on one of the finest leagues in world football, La Liga. It's Athletic Bilbao against Villarreal.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
Barry. Perez. Decent looking pass. Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. And a look at the lineup for Athletic Bilbao. Unai Simon plays in goal. De Marcos plays with Yuri Berchiche in the fullback positions. And the goalkeeper's touch, that was crucial. Goalkeeper's ball, and was always going to be. Kiko Femenia. Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this. Can he put them in front? Oh, tremendous goal! Technical excellence to finish that one off. Wonderful to have that in your repertoire. Luis de Galarreta. And the ball back with Villarreal. Jeremy. They've regained possession. And support available. A fine block. Now to play for an Athletic Club throw-in. Berchiche. Across, letting guile and accuracy. And it's gone behind for the corner. Kiko Femenia. Committed challenge. The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. Well, really fine goalkeeping. Good diving stop. An utterly disappointing cross. Goal kick. They've given it away. Perez. The tackle completely missed time, and you would expect a booking under the circumstances. And defending as a unit. Jose Perez. Oh, moving it nicely. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Wasteful from Athletic. Promising attack, this. And after that fantastic effort, it's gone out for a throw-in. Parejo. Oh, it might be. Well, the keeper is happy. The bar was there. Well, a time for composure on the ball.
Well, had that gone in, they would be in complete control of this game. As it is, they're still going to be a bit nervy.
Yes, a really open flow to the game. End-to-end stuff. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Jose Perez. Alex Baena. Interception to snuff out the danger. DeMarcos. And teammates around him. A lot of space to attack. But timely defending when it mattered. Being pressed and pressed high. Yeremy. Santi Comesaña. They might be able to get in now. And he could cash in. And a goal to really bolster things for them. 2 in front. Williams. Chance to do damage. This looks more than decent. It might be on for them. Oh, it's a really well-timed challenge. Santi Comesaña. Nico Williams. Now, who can he play it to? Yeremy. Well, no more time left. We've reached the halfway. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. Yeremy. Santi Comesaña. Well, that's splendid play. Well, not coming close to hitting the target from there. Oh, lovely ball. Efficient play to hold on to the ball and wait for teammates to get there. Nice looking pass. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Parejo. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. How can he take them on and beat them? Able to skip past his man. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Well, the keeper has outdone himself. Wonderful save. Well, it can be a bit of a hit or a miss when you try to catch the ball in that manner.
Well, it's a difficult skill, and on this occasion he can't quite pull it off. Just didn't hit it cleanly enough.
Parejo. Kiko Femenia with it. Well, a bit wasteful from the Submarino Amarillo. Santi Comesaña. Yeremy. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Athletic did well to win back possession. DeMarcos. He has teammates around him, distributing it well. Really good build-up, but no end product. Can they take advantage? And a goal it is. The keeper really not part of the equation. Is this going to be a thrashing? 3-0 now. Ruiz de Galarreta. It's with Williams. Oh, it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. And he's lost custody of the ball here. Not showing good vision. Chance here. Great defending. Now counter-attacking possibilities. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Williams. Oh, this looks useful. Shot attempted. And a goal! He's put it away! A celebratory moment! Santi Comesaña. Yeremy. Showing a real will to win the ball. Baena. Yeremy. Well, that's common sense refereeing to play advantage. And the shot. That is how to keep it out of the net. Excellent refereeing. Advantage in operation. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Sunset. Williams. Athletic struggling to keep possession here. Baena. Oh, nice ball. And they're breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Trying to open them up. Well, it might still work out for them. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Athletic Club regaining possession. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Barry. Could be threatening. Oh, so close to opening. And there goes the final whistle. It's gone the wrong way as far...
What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
Welcome to the Theatre of Dreams, Old Trafford. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position. And hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Manchester United and they take on Roma.
Cheers, Guy. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm anticipating a good game today. The coaching staff have done all they can. Now it's about taking it onto the pitch.
United recovering possession well. Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Matthijs de Ligt starts alongside Harry Maguire as the centre-backs, and they'll play with a lone striker up front. This has to be! And that was a real chance, an early chance, but it's been missed.
It has, and he should have scored. He'll have to refocus now because there's a long time left in this game.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Evan Ndicka plays alongside Gianluca Mancini as the centre-backs. Lorenzo Pellegrini plays with Alexis Salamakers out wide, and they go with just one in attack. Can he finish? Really promising attack has come to naught. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Looks a good ball. What a chance here. Well, it did look threatening, but the keeper will be happy to claim that. Confident to take the shot on from there. It wasn't that far away.
Well, he's had a look where the keeper was. There's no pressure on the ball and thought, why not? I'll have a go. That was close.
Just needs the composure now. And the keeper could be in trouble. And it's there. A lovely, lovely way to score. Made a difficult finish look very, very easy. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Guadio Manu Kone. Pellegrini. What a chance here. And it's there to equalise. Settle in for the rest of this. A great game already. Mazraoui. Diogo Dalla. The ball taken away from them. Guadio Manu Kone. That set up the chance. Pellegrini. Nice possession. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Nicely played through. But it's been given as offside, the timing just out.
Well, he holds his run well, and I thought he was in. Nicely weighted pass too, but he's offside by the narrowest of margins.
Chance to deliver into the box. Decent looking attack, this. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. He's drifting into a useful position here. Oh, it looked like he could have been in there. Brilliant work defensively. United finding space on the flank. And the promise of something happening is over. And it's offside. Didn't get back in time.
He didn't, and he had other options here, but chose the wrong one. Sloppy this.
Salamakers. Good spell. Looking for that all-important next goal. It's a corner and possibly the chance to go in front. And he's got behind it! He's hit the bar. Not the end to the move they were looking for.
Well, they were so close to taking the lead there. They just have to keep creating these opportunities and surely the goal will come.
And might they be left to rue that one not going in? For the lead now! Oh, it's hit the post! Well, nothing doing for them in the end. And it's been given as offside. It looks the right ball. And he's done really well to keep that out. Leandro Paredes. On to Angelino. Paredes. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Pellegrini. The shot stopped in its tracks. Found nicely and in. It's in at the second attempt. The big question marks on the goalkeeping. That had to be pushed away from danger. Pellegrini. Salamakers. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. And with that, the first half comes to an end. And the second half is underway, with Manchester United having work to do. Zirkzee. Good vision. Now, what can they do from here? Angelino. Pellegrini. Can he finish? Zirkzee. And offside rules the assistant referee. Guadio Manukone. Players waiting in the centre. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Diogo Dalla. What a chance! Manchester United down by one and looking for inspiration from this corner.
Well, it's the first chance that they've had in a while and the crowd are sensing this is a great opportunity. They're really getting behind them.
Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser. They could level it here. And it's in! What have we just seen? That's bordering on the miraculous. He will never, ever score a better goal than that. Moving forward under no real pressure. And they've got it back now. Bruno Fernandes. Musaye Mazraoui. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Oh, great work. What's next? Pulls it back. Oh, a great chance. And that's two for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him. Promising looking attack this. And that's where it ends. Fernandes. Now with Hummels. Leandro Paredes. Well, as long as they keep the ball, they win the game. Good patient build-up. Angelino. Great chance here. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Manuel Ugarte. United with the ball again. Lovely incisive ball. In it goes! Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Salamanca's chance to go ahead. A goal that gives them the advantage. So it's 4-3 now as the game restarts. De Ligt. Bruno Fernandes. Promising looking attack from United. A chance to cross here. It's on for the shot. Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Salamanca's. Lorenzo Pellegrini. And it's on now. And the goalkeeper does what he's there to do. A corner now then, and a good chance to go further ahead. And this could be. And it's gone in for an own goal. They've given a helping hand. Fernandes. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Paredes. Now Salamanca's. Angelino. Pellegrini. Angelino. Can he finish? And there's the hat-trick. He'll be taking the match ball home. Ugarte. Read the pass well and cuts it out. They're being afforded too much space here. What a chance! And another goal! Surely they're home and dry with the win now. De Ligt. Bruno Fernandes. Decent looking attack this. Well, they've scored, reducing the scale of the defeat, if nothing else. Having a try. Well, really confident to take the shot on from there. It wasn't that far away.
Well, he's had a look where the keeper was. There's no pressure on the ball and thought, why not? I'll have a go. That was close.
Unable to find anyone with that. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Decent chance this. If there were any doubts, there surely aren't any now. So that will do it for today, and it's the visiting fans who will go home.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
A warm welcome to Deutsche Bank Park, Frankfurt, a hub of finance, transport and, of course, football. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with England legend Sue Smith, and everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. It's Eintracht Frankfurt and they take on Roma.
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
Oh, a great chance. Went for it, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just wide. Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Mats Hummels as the centre-backs. Lorenzo Pellegrini plays with... Oh, what a really good save that was. Corner is fired in. Oh, it's in! An early opener to get the game going. Flavio Manucone. Leandro Paredes. Just looking now for that final pass through. And able to come away with the ball. Chance for the equaliser. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising looking attack. And the flag has gone up to stop them here, and rightly so. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Okay. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. Beautifully weighted ball. This has to be. And that's good goalkeeping. Oh, penalty given. A chance to get back on level terms. Up he steps to level things, and the keeper does what he's there to do. That will be a throw-in now. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Flavio Manucone. And this could be. The goalkeeper does what he's there to do. Short corner taken here. Alexis Salamankas. Mancini. I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Played towards the edge of the penalty area. Well, it has to be perfectly struck from that distance, and that wasn't.
It wasn't. He's certainly got the confidence to have a go from there, but he gets it all wrong. It's miles away from the target.
A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Ugo Ekitike. Well, nobody seems to want to keep the ball for long here. Salamankas. This to level it. Maybe that was purely a misconnection with the ball. Elias Skiri. Mario Götze. Moving it around nicely here, on top and in control. Götze. Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. So the chance now to extend the lead from this corner. And it was one of those, had to be, but wasn't. Paredes. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. An attack of genuine promise now. Well, it's a poor ball, giving possession back cheaply. Could take things forward a notch here. What a chance. Oh, superb save.
Goetze. Arthur Theat. Goetze. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. It's a corner and possibly the chance to go in front.
Well, there's not been much to cheer about for a while, but they're certainly getting behind them here. They sense that a goal's coming.
Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Pellegrini. He's beaten his marker here. Genuine chance. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Ekitike. Mario Goetze. A little sloppy on the ball there. Salamakers. And that's more than comfortable for the man in goal. Not a lot of time for him. This for the lead. Salamakers. And there's the goal to put them in front. Hugo Ekitike. Goetze. Chance for the equaliser. And that brings the first half to an end here. So the second half underway after what was a thoroughly entertaining opening period. Christensen. Now Salamakers. That's a good ball. Struggling to keep the ball there. Rasmus Christensen. There's a sense of real urgency to this attack. Have a go here. And he's got that one away. Hard work pays off. They won the ball. Just needs the composure now. And he's missed it. Good heavens.
Well, he's got to score that guy. It's a huge opportunity to equalise.
Not getting close enough here. Offside here. Ekitike. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Well, he's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, what a time to score. It often changes the team talk at half-time when you go in with the lead. We know he's got...
Awkward opportunity! And a marvellous save!
Well, he just shows great reflexes and agility to keep that out. It's a top-class save.
The header is far too easily into the goalkeeper's grasp. Goetze. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. Looking this on. Oh, great block. They're down by one, but they have a corner now. Oh no, that's a tame effort. It's comfortable for the goalkeeper. Mats Hummels. Didn't get that quite right. It's a throw-in now. Oh, not happy with the challenge, but the game goes on. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball.
move of real promise developing. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. It's all a bit too crammed in the thick of it here. And the forward progress continues. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Rasmus Christensen. Ekitike. Well, it's not going to count. Flag up quickly, offside.
I think he knew it as well. Immediately looked over his shoulder to check. Well, as soon as they won the ball back, there was an almighty roar. The fans are trying to push the team forward and get an equaliser.
Decent chance, and it's not missed by that much.
Well, that's not far away, is it? It's a good effort. They've just got to keep going, and I'm sure they'll get the equaliser.
Salamakers. Target. Chance to get in behind with that. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. Skiri. Untidy in possession there. Pellegrini. It's in! 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer. And it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. Arthur Teat. Juta. Elias Skiri. Goetze. And there's the whistle as the ref gives a free kick. Pellegrini. What a chance! Very well kept out, alert and ready. Well, not long to go until the end, and the hosts clearly second best. That's the story of the game.
Well, they just haven't been good enough. Individual performances have been below par, but collectively, just not at the races. They'll need a big improvement in the next game.
Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Chance now for a quick transition. Ekitike. Mario Götze. Ekitike. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Ekitike. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. So that will do it for today. Motorbank Park.
That special and unbeatable feeling of match day is in the air, and the knowledge that this has all the makings of a vibrant and competitive...
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with the former England forward Sue Smith. And we should have a cracking contest here. It's Roma, and they take on Manchester United.
Yeah, thanks as always, Guy. It's a pleasure to be here. Anticipating a good game today and an atmosphere to match. Certainly been buzzing in here ahead of kick-off. Hopefully, we're not disappointed.
This could be threatening. And it's on now. Oh, crucial tackle to deal with the danger. Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Mats Hummels as the centre-backs. Lorenzo genuine chance. And we haven't had to wait long for the opening goal. It's 1-0. Angelino. Now Leandro Paredes. United with the ball again. Manuel Ugarte. This could be dangerous, and he'll take this on, but well watched by the goalkeeper, and not one for the highlights. Pellegrini. Lorenzo Pellegrini. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. And the cross is blocked. United recovering possession well. Salamakers. Making decent progress here. And it's there! The lead didn't last long. They're back level already. Matthijs de Ligt. Misaye Mazraoui. Manuel Ugarte. A really good interception to take the ball. Alexis Salamakers. Mancini. Salamakers. Pellegrini now. An attack of genuine promise developing, but not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Leandro Paredes. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Diogo Dalot. Joshua Zirkzee. Put into the middle. Could do something here. And they've got it back now. And it's been ruled offside.
He must have known that he was offside, so surely you've just got to let that run.
Angelino. A good advantage played by the ref. Lorenzo Pellegrini. The crowd urging him to shoot. Good work to recover possession. Kone. Now there could be a real chance developing. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. A body in the way. Delict. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Having a try. And there it is. He's doubled up for the day. Bruno Fernandes. There could be something building for United now. Alexis Salamakis. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Drifting into a useful position here. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Trouble, maybe. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Salamakis. Guadio Manu Kone. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. And that'll do it. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Guadio Manu Kone. Salamakis. Lorenzo Pellegrini. A little sloppy on the ball there. This looks promising from United. Surely needs attacking. Well, he got his head to it, but not the right part of the head, it seems. It's a bad miss. Beautifully weighted ball. Alexis Salamakis. And able to come away with the ball. Put into the middle. The defensive job done for now. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Could be something on. And that's a golden chance that's gone begging.
Well, you've got to be composed and put that away. You're not going to get many chances easier than that to equalise.
Angelino. Now Leandro Paredes. This is a positive-looking move. That looks like a good advantage played. Well, he's played a starring role up to this point. He's been wonderful to watch. Could be dangerous. Oh, offside. That must have been close.
It was. That's so unlucky. A really tight call. Great movement, so he'll be frustrated. But it was the right decision.
Angelino. Now Leandro Paredes. Moving the ball well here, looking to extend the lead. 1- and 2-touch passing, making it look easy. Now there could be a chance to counter. set up the chance. Oh, crucial tackle to deal with the danger. Neither side doing a good job of holding onto the ball. Pellegrini. And they've got it back now. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Beaten easily here. And this could be. And a marvellous save.
Well, I thought that was a goal, but he showed his quality there with a big save.
And the corner comes to nothing. Could be a chance to break here. Just needs the composure now. Oh, brilliant. Top stop.
Oh, the keeper does so well. Makes himself big, gets his angles just right. What a quality save.
That's gone out of play. Throw in to come. Good work to regain possession. Nice bit of defending there to put it out for a throw. Salamanca's. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. There's a sense of real urgency to this attack. Kone. Some good work to win it there. Fernandez. Ugarte. Having a look. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out.
You can see the chemistry that this back line have. It's a huge stop and they know it.
Fernandez. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. Benfica. Angelino. And able to come away with the ball. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. Oh, excellent vision. Nearly. A wonderful attempt.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he's caught it well. Very unfortunate.
And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Plenty of room out wide for United. Fernandez. Taking this on. Trying his luck.
Well, the clock's still ticking and you can sense the atmosphere in here. The fans just urging them forward in the hope of a winner.
Bruno Fernandes. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Nicely played. Saw the threat and stopped it. Counter-attack coming. Away they go. Have a go here. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a... And the game comes to an end with the home fans in positive mood.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed stadium. Don't miss a second.
Well, conditions really couldn't be any better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you on this fine evening. My name's Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith. And we should have a cracking contest here. It's Roma, and they face Eintracht Frankfurt.
Cheers, Guy. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm anticipating a good game today. The coaching staff have done all they can. Now it's about taking it onto the pitch.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Matt. Seemed a bit cynical, that. Surely a booking. Hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Didn't. He's certainly full of confidence, and to attempt the shot from there, that was close.
And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Mario Götze. Now, this has to be. It's 1-0. The first blow struck very early. So it's 1-0 as the ball gets rolling again. Alexis Salamakers. A chance to deliver into the box. Need to be better on the ball than that. Beautifully weighted ball. And he didn't get back onside quickly enough.
No, he didn't, and it was just a poor choice of pass. He needs to be more aware of the situation and give him time to get back onside.
Ugo Ekitike. Having a look. Well, searching for his second, but the keeper equal to it this time.
Yeah, well, he's looking lively, isn't he? Popping up in these sorts of positions on a regular basis now.
Cut back nicely. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. Plenty of open space here. Shooter. Mario Götze. Salamakers. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Salamakers. Now it needs a good ball in. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Salamakers. And he's being urged to shoot. Is this the equaliser? And they've levelled it up. Nothing to split them once more. Kom. Elias Skiri. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. Götze. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Corner kick played in. That hasn't got far. He's in here. Angelino. Now, this might be promising. Great tackle, but still trouble. Ugo Ekitike. Good vision.
a chance. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Alexis Salamakers. Struggling to keep the ball there. Mario Götze. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. Looking to put the cross in. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Takes it on. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Sent into the middle. They've played it straight behind for a corner. And the ball comes in. A little sloppy on the ball there. That'll do it. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Tuta. Mario Götze. Ekitike. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. And the forward progress continues. The counter looks on here, options available. This has to be. They've scored! And that gives them a priceless lead. Pellegrini. Now Salamakers. Leandro Paredes. This could be threatening. And that has stopped any potential danger. Oh yes, all the practice pays off. Oh, it's offside. So close to getting in there for the chance. Leandro Paredes could take things forward a notch here. From a long way out. Oh my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, that's absolutely sensational. Good vision to switch the play. Skiri. Rasmus Christensen. Attack of genuine promise developing. Lovely ball, could be a chance. Could score here, but it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. Mancini. Need to get tighter here. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. They could get caught out on the break here. Oh, that was a risky one, but on we go. They're getting into a good position. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Possession given away. For the lead here. Oh, superb. Right place, great save.
Oh, it's a wonderful save. It comes at him quickly, very little time to react, but he just manages to keep it out. It's great goalkeeping.
And it's a little wild. I'm sure he can hit them better than that.
Well, it's the right idea. It's just completely the wrong execution. The body position is all wrong, and that's well off target.
Could be dangerous. Genuine chance. It's in! And of course it's in! It's a masterclass in finishing to complete his hat-trick. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Now Leandro Paredes. Salamanca's. Kone. Some good work to win it there. A chance now for a quick transition. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? And he's got it away. That was wonderful defensive work. Delivered into the box. Played into the penalty area. Oh, he went for it. It was a wonderful try.
A lot of players wouldn't even think of attempting that, but he shows great skill in his effort. It's not far away. What a superb goal that would have been.
That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Guadio Manu Kone. Evan Ndika. Leandro Paredes. A really good interception to take the ball. Goetze. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. They've given it away here. What a chance! And they've got their keeper to thank for still being in it.
That's such an important save. You just felt it was game over if that had gone in.
Paredes.
Well, the fans are certainly doing their bit, really pushing the team on. Just need to be clinical now.
Looking to put the cross in. And that's a terrific claim under a fair bit of pressure. A little sloppy on the ball there. Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Good challenge, and the throw-in will follow. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. The crowd encouraging him to take it on, and they've done it! Level again, with not long to go.